sorry. I heard some mumbling. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the regular meeting of the Council of the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas, and Glengarry, today being Monday, August 28th. Madam Clerk, may I have the call to order resolution?
It's moved by Councillor MacDonald, seconded by Councillor Bergeron, that the meeting of the Council of the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas, and Glengarry be hereby called to order.
All those in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, that's carried. Madam Clerk, the agenda resolution.
It's moved by Councillor Bergeron, seconded by Councillor Gaydon, that Council approve the agenda.
All those in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, that's carried. Any disclosures of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof? Seeing none. We're going to hold off on the delegations till later on, but we're going to move right into action requests. Madam Clerk.
Through you, Mr. Warden, we do have one announcement and then the minutes as well.
Yes, thank you very much for reminding me. So before we begin today's proceedings, I'd like to invite you to join me in honoring one of our own who has sadly passed away. Leslie O'Shaughnessy was Warden of the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas, and Glengarry in 1997 and has roots in the former Charlottenburg Township where he served as Reeve. As many of you know, Leslie succumbed after a short battle with cancer, and he leaves behind a legacy steeped in local government. In addition to his roles with SDG counties and local municipalities, Leslie was also mayor of the city of Cornwall from 2014 to 2018, after time served as a city councillor. Leslie believed in community first. During his time in local government, it would be fair to say that Leslie enjoyed every moment of council meetings, resident interactions, and advocating on behalf of our entire region. Leslie's passion for the roles he filled and staunch belief that what he did was right is something I think all of us should strive towards. And at this time, I'm going to pass the microphone over to our CAO, Ms. Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. And I had the pleasure of working with Leslie when I first became the CAO in the city of Cornwall. He was the mayor at the time. And shortly thereafter, he became the chair of the Eastern Ontario Mayor's Caucus and a co-chair on the Eastern Ontario Leadership Council. So he was great to get me more involved and engaged with the CAOs in Eastern Ontario. I enjoyed working with him tremendously. I would describe him as a mayor that loved to see debate. So he always wanted things to come to council, and he wanted council to be able to make decisions, but he was always very respectful and also very good at understanding the roles of administration and elected officials. He was very good. And I know that in my role at the city of Cornwall, he had a very fond spot for the counties and working with county council. So thank you, Mr. Warden, but and I'm pleased to have a few comments to make, so thank you.
Thank you, Madam CAO. So at this time, please join me now in a moment of silence to honor the life and hard work of Leslie O'Shaughnessy. Thank you. I'd like to extend on behalf of County Council and County staff sincere condolences to our fellow councillor Francois Landry, whose mother has recently passed away. Details are available from Kimberly. The wake would be Wednesday, and I believe the funeral's Thursday in Embrun. Our condolences to you, Frank. So at this time, Madam Clerk, can I have action request the resolution for the annual update to the county's multi-year accessibility plan?
Yep, through you, Mr. Warden, we'll just do the adoption of minutes first, if that's okay. It's moved by Councillor Guindon, seconded by Councillor Williams, that the minutes of the meeting, including the in-camera minutes of the Council of the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas, and Glengarry, held July 17th, 2023, be adopted as circulated.
All those in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, that's carried. Now, we'll get to the action requests. Thank you.
It's moved by Councillor Guindon, seconded by Councillor McDonald, that the Council of the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas, and Glengarry approve the annual update to the county's multi-year accessibility plan, and that the SDG Accessibility Advisory Committee terms of reference be amended to allow for the appointment of an alternate committee member by each local municipality.
Questions, comments? Yes, Councillor Densham.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. And first of all, congratulations for the hard work being done on the accessibility plan. It's a very, very important document, and obviously the work is the most important. The one point that I had, I guess, is there's a lot of points where it says ongoing in the report itself. Some say completed and ongoing, and I just wanted to better understand what's the definition of ongoing. I suspect that if the work has been completed and there is a policy in place now that will require ongoing compliance to the policy, then I would call that complete. And I was kind of confused because I suspect many times when the word ongoing is on there, it's just saying application of the ongoing policy, whereas versus actually needing to continue to do work to complete that policy. If I'm making myself clear. So I just want to be clear on the word ongoing, and I suspect there's many places where ongoing doesn't need to be there because there's a policy in place, and it may just help to better articulate the fact that the work has really been done and completed. Any comments on that?
Yes, through you, Mr. Warden. Ongoing, it is done by policy, but it's also things that need to continue to be done, like narrate certain elements on our website, review and increase availability of online forms. So we produce many online forms on an ongoing nature, so it would be continuing the work tied to the policy on those items in the plan. But I can take a good look at the two appendixes again and go through those and maybe add a little more detail.
Quick supplemental.
Yes, please.
So I'm understanding it correctly then, is when you say completed and ongoing, there's effectively a policy or a style guide that's in place, it's expected to be followed, and as far as you're concerned, the decision-making is complete? Okay, and the ongoing is just ongoing application of it, which, okay, thank you.
Anything further? All those in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, that's carried. Madam Clerk, the Rural Education Committee appointments.
It's moved by Councillor McDonald, seconded by Councillor Bergeron, that the Council of the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas, and Glengarry confirm the appointments to the Rural Education Committee as outlined in this report.
Questions, comments?
Just a note through you, Mr. Warden, we are trying to schedule a meeting. I've sent out an email request to the committee for the last week of September, so we'll be able to update you hopefully at our next meeting in October after that meeting.
Thank you. Questions, comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. At this point, we're going to move to action requests and transportation. Madam Clerk, the approval of patrol staffing proposal.
It's moved by Councillor Guindon, seconded by Councillor Bergeron, that the Council of the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas, and Glengarry support increasing our staff resources at each patrol by 1.3 full-time equivalents, resulting in a total of 8 full-time unionized staff members year-round at each patrol.
We had, I think we had 2 opportunities for discussion on this topic. And is there anything further to be clarified by Mr. DeHaan? Questions, comments from members of council? Councillor Broad.
Thank you, Warden, through you. I do have some discussion I'd like to have. I know we've talked about it briefly, and the more we dive into this, I do have a little bit of concern of adding this amount of volume to our staffing outside of the budget time. as there are other implications by adding the staff, whether it be further equipment, storage areas, further resources, and what else may be added future budget time by adding this additional staff. Secondly, I'd really like to understand how it's going to help the second tier. What can help us at our level? Obviously, we are responsible for the county roads, so understand that piece. So those are the two pieces I was wondering, additional resources that may be required and how at the second tier we can see benefit as well.
Thank you for your question, Mr. DeHaan.
Thank you. So I'll start with the budgetary aspect of the comment from Councillor Broad. From a budgetary perspective, it actually doesn't have an impact for this year's budget because these staff members are already included in our winter operations budgets, which is the timing of the hiring of these staff is coincidental with when they would have been hired otherwise, and the difference is that they're, instead of being let go at the springtime, they remain on as full-time. So really where you start to see the difference is next year. So I guess in pure theory or from a budgetary perspective, this discussion, whether it happens now or at budget time in October, really doesn't make, from our perspective, and perhaps council sees it differently, it doesn't really make a difference for us because the impact is after we actually get through our next budget cycle. So I guess from my perspective, I don't see much of a difference in terms of timing, whether it's now or whether it's at budget time. But I respect what you're saying, and ultimately that's up to council whether they want to proceed with it or not at this point today. And the rationale for going through this exercise at this point is that how we recruit come September, October, so that the staff are hired through the wintertime. There's a much different pool of applicants that we get, and quite frankly, the quality of applicants we get, and that's not to take anything away from the staff we've had, but when you're hiring full-time versus hiring seasonal, there's a lot more interest, so there's a lot more selection, and quite frankly, there's a little bit more competition, where now there's little to no competition to hire these staff members through the winter. So that's, for us, a big advantage coming into this winter season. To comment on helping the local municipalities, and I'll give you an example of something that's happening right now. So in our Green Valley Patrol, we've got 2 staff on the tractors, and Derek, you can slap me beside the head here if I get this wrong. We've got 2 on the two mowing right now. We have, unfortunately, a staff member who's away due to illness, a disability leave, and we have vacation. And we also have a staff member who right now is helping North Glengarry with shouldering. So because we have a piece of shouldering equipment and the right kind of setup for it, so it's our staff that go out and support that work for the local municipality. And lo and behold, we don't have any staff left in our Green Valley Patrol to actually do work for the county. So, and which is great, and we're happy to do that. That's not the first time this kind of thing has happened, where we're actually short-staffed to no staffed at our patrols because we are assisting the local municipalities. But the challenge is that when that happens, if all of a sudden we need to respond to something on our roads, we're shutting down tractors or we're pulling guys off of work that we're helping North Glengarry or another local municipality for. So that's the kind of thing where if we actually have a little bit more capacity, that we can provide that support at no risk or no without sacrificing the work that our staff are trying to do. Similarly, with the street sweeping, a lot of the local fairs and things that have happened, the big high-profile things that have happened over the last little bit, it's our staff going out doing that work, but again, taking away from some of those activities we're trying to do, like mowing, where we are 2 to 3 weeks behind across the board, and other activities that we're trying to do. So we just see this as a really great way to, by enhancing the complement of staff we have year-round, we can further support and continue to support the local municipalities without sacrificing the ability for you folks to do work too. So hopefully that helps to answer that question.
Anything further, Councillor Broad, at this point? Councillor St. Pierre and then Councillor Bergeron.
Thank you. And just for, thank you, and through you, Warden, and just further to what Councillor Broad was saying, I'm still not convinced yet, and I think we need, and I brought this up when the report originally was brought forward, is I think this council really needs to have a fruitful discussion on the level of service that we are providing. Are we happy with the amount of roads getting completed? Are we happy with the amount of culverts getting replaced? Are we okay that if we're behind a little bit on the grass cutting is still getting completed? So I'm not convinced by this report that two things, that it's convinced me that we're unhappy with the level of service and that we need to increase that. And I understand you just picked a couple small points, but I still think how this is happening, our lower tier, is still unclear to me because, we keep saying about collaboration, we keep saying that we need to do more, and we're the first ones to always say that the upper governments aren't helping us enough. But I'm not seeing the big picture on how it's really going to help the lower tier. And, a couple of things in the report, maybe I'm bouncing around them a little bit here, but a couple of things on the report as well. We talk about staff burnout, and I understand maybe during the winter months when there's a lot of snowstorms and maybe there's, people off sick or staffing unavailability. I'm not sure that there's burnout in the summer months. The report talks about council pressure. Well, I certainly have not pressured the transportation departments in doing more. So I'm not sure where that statement's kind of coming from. So I just think this should be, I agree, I think this should be a budgetary item, and I'm always one that I don't look at things of going, well, it's in the budget, so we can just go ahead and move forward with it. I think it should be part of the 2024 budget. I think we should have a wholesome discussion on our level of service and what we are providing, and are we happy with that level of service? And I really would like to get a full understanding of how it's helping, more than just street sweeping at county fairs, how it's actually helping our everyday operations for the lower tier government. So for me, until we see that, and I appreciate you, we just keep getting a little bit more information, Ben, and I appreciate your reports. They're good reports, but until I think we have that discussion, I'm not prepared to move forward with this, the extra hiring of the staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor St. Pierre. And we're going to move to Councillor Bergeron, Councillor Gaindo, following Councillor Bergeron.
Okay. Thank you, Warden. It is a long report, but if I remember part of it, you did say that after 1 year, you would do a financial analysis. Is that correct?
Yeah, in one of the reports, and I could point to the page if council is interested. Page 50 of the agenda, we talk about the measurable goals and things that we're going to come back to council with on regular reporting to demonstrate the value of this approach and of what's being proposed in this report. So I won't. It's there, but yeah, there is a variety of different mechanisms where we're coming back to council and providing updates and essentially ways we're measuring ourselves how this has impacted and improved and helped the work that we do.
Right. So I think that's really important, because then we will see if it was a good idea or not, and if not, then we'd have to go back to where we were before. Okay.
Councillor Gaindo.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Warden, and through you. Respectively, I disagree with my fellow councillors. I'd like us to make a decision on this today. I think we've had sufficient information provided. In addition to that, if we are bringing in these staff members, I'd like us to get the job advertisements out sooner rather than later. We don't know when we're going to finish the budget process, and I don't want to make things difficult on staff in that regard. In addition to that, every year we have a surplus in our transportation budget because we're not completing the work we're already budgeting for. So the way I see it, and Director DeHaan, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but this additional staff will be covered by that surplus and will allow us to actually complete the work that we're budgeting for every single year. So I think it's just to allow us to meet the actual level of service that we have been trying to articulate in our budgets over the last few years.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Landry.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Through you. I'll support Councillor Guindon, so I believe that we can make good use of this. My only, and I mean, it's just by speaking to different individuals, my only concern is did we have ongoing staff that came and helped us through our winter maintenance that you would feel that could step up to maybe take on one of the position? My only worry is at the counties, are we going to be seeing where roads guys from the lower tier municipalities are going to veer to the upper tier, and then we're going to be the ones looking at filling now those positions? And so what's your thought on trying to retain those guys? Do you have comments on that?
So we, like, our staff are unionized, so there is a seniority list. The staff that work for us through the winter, and I don't know how many are on the list but not working full-time but have the opportunity to apply for a full-time position. There's probably a couple, I'm guessing. So we do have essentially staff that would be eligible for some of these positions. At the end of the day, though, I am pretty confident, just given seeing how some of the vacancies and, you know, with retirements and people leaving positions, how we've had to go external and look external. I surmise we will be looking externally for a bulk of the positions that will be created through this process.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McDonald.
I guess what I was kind of looking for in this report was more of so we have a number that you've given us at $397,000. That's the cost. So what exactly are we spending in the winter months? Anyways, how much are we going to save with these people working for us full time during the summer? How many more projects are we going to get done that we can do in house? What do you see that overall number looking like?
It's going to sound a little weaselly, and I apologize. It's hard to. That's a tough one. I can give you an example right now with the mowing. And sorry, Derek, I can't remember quite the number. Is it 75,000? So right now, just because of mowing and our attempts to catch up, so we've been playing catch up with mowing. Again, backing up from the ice storm and all that cleanup that we've needed to do. We've been trying to catch up with our roadside mowing, and I'm sure a lot of you around the table have heard from residents about mowing. That's something we're responding to on a regular basis. Right now, we're projecting we're going to be $75,000 over budget on roadside mowing to finish what one fence-to-fence mow, which is the set standard. So had these staff been in employment with us, we would have had that resource without needing to do that overtime work to be able to accomplish that goal. So that's just one simple example of having those extra resources where you don't need to rely on the overtime hours to be able to accomplish your level of service. You're trying, like, it's not an enhancement of a level of service, it's just meeting the level of service that we've tried to provide. So as one example of one activity this year, $75,000 we could have avoided in overtime costs.
Subsequent. So what's the savings from hiring the full-time, part-times in the winter what's the cost of that?
Yeah, so yeah, that's fair, and we did touch on it on the July meeting, but really in the wintertime, there's really nothing changing for us. By having one extra staff person across all 4 patrols, it would save us overtime because we did have to quite often call in guys who are staff members who are on their reset day, because there is a requirement to build a reset day into their week schedule. So that was, just give me a quick second and I can share that with you. That's the wrong one. No, I don't. I didn't get the exact number in the wintertime in the report. 3 weeks of earned overtime is what we would have had last year, so I can do a quick calculation, but it would say The difference in wintertime isn't significant. It's the summertime where we would see the biggest impact to having the extra staff, because those staff are already built into our wintertime operation costs and whatnot.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I'm prepared to support this this proposal. You know, we've been given, you know, a good deal of information. I think it's good information, and but I do believe that I think it was Councillor St. Pierre. I'm not sure. Maybe Councillor Bergeron that talked about levels of discussion on levels of service, and I do I do agree that we need to have that an in-depth discussion on that, probably sooner rather than later, in the context of measuring exactly, you know, what this extra staffing is going to produce. And at our last meeting, I mentioned ditching, and the fact that I know that there is a significant wait time if people have ditching issues at the front of their property, in front of a county road. It's often several years before that can get dealt with. And so I would like to know, and I think probably everybody around this table, including our residents, would like to know that this extra staffing is going to have an impact on that type of thing. And so I'd like us to have that discussion, and I'd like to be able to councillors' points, include some very plain measurables in that service delivery. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Densham.
Thank you, Mr. Warden, and through you. Yeah, I think I would support this as well, and I respect the comments made across the table here. We do definitely need to look at the level of service, but I don't think anybody's expecting the level of service to go down. If anything, I think it's expected to remain even, if not go up. Again, with respect to Councillor Williams' comments there, I think we're looking to get a good solid level of service. I also think when we're running short, there's a lot of inefficiencies that create a lot of extra cost. Overtime being one example, but I suspect there's even other costs as well if we have to hire a contractor or something like that as well. So from my perspective, I think really what we're doing, the reality is if we're asking for about $400,000 to erase the $400,000 of surplus, it's really almost just a staffing issue that we're talking about here in order to meet the level of service. The expectation, though, is that we expect to see the level of service go up. We accept, hopefully, we'll see some of the additional things that need to be done on a regular basis, and yeah, I think under that, under those considerations, I would support this as well.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lang.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. Thanks, guys, for, I've been struggling with this. Some of it's because we're jealous. Like, we can't do this at the municipal level, like at the lower tier here. Like, we'd get shot if we were to go and try to hire 5 more people. We might get away with it here, but we would, I'm a big believer in boots on the ground, like the frontline people. It would be great if we could, you know, maybe we could have a couple of our higher traffic runs that would be plowed, you know, 24 hours, you know, something like that. We can't do that. So a little bit of it is, I'm kind of jealous that we maybe can entertain the idea here and we can get the staff we need. But it's a lot, and I mean, I think we have to be playing, it's $400,000 extra that we're going to spend. We're not really, I know Jamie was saying there's maybe a little bit of overtime against that, but the winter's already been calculated, the winter employees already, we're going to spend $400,000. I know there's approximately that much that we haven't been doing, but that's also money that's going to come out of our capital projects because that's been going into that. So we're going to have to replace that if we want to continue with the, so it's $400,000 extra. We're going to hire 5.3 full-time people. But it is boots on the ground, and as much as I've been struggling with it, I think I'm going to go in favor of it. It's not fair to say no just because I'm jealous. But I really want to see this happen, you know. County Road 27, the ditches have not been mowed south of 19. I think you did north of 19, I think because Williamstown Fair was coming, we wanted it to look decent up there. But south of 19 has not been done. The poison parsnip has all gone to seed. It's in full seed there right now. So even if we do it, that seed is there on the ground. So I think there's things that we could do better, especially in the roadside mowing. I want to see that happen for sure. So I'm going to speak in favor of it, but it's a tough one to decide to hire 5 people in one shot here. I'm struggling with it, but I'm going to vote yes.
Thank you, Councillor. I think we've heard from almost everyone at the table. I look at Councillor McDonald. He hasn't weighed in on it. Would you like the opportunity?
Sure, thank you, Warden Fraser. Most of the thoughts of Councillor Lang are similar as mine. I just, it's probably from jealousy in that it's a little difficult because it'd be hard to justify the same locally. But the service levels are what we're like. If I look at a budget, right, we ask for X amount of things for X amount of dollars, and what you're saying is we have the dollars, we're just not getting them done. So in order to get them done, we need to support that. So I would talk in favor of that. I do worry that we might lose a few of our own operators potentially if you have to hire externally. So we might have a training burden. So I would hope that if you take those 5.3 from your local municipalities, that you could help with some training of our onboarding, because your benefit would be our loss. But I think the levels of service conversation from the budget makes sense to me. So in that regard, I would support it, but echo most of the thoughts of everyone else.
Thank you, Councillor, and I guess I get an opportunity too, although maybe I shouldn't. Just to the representatives from South Dundas, and I know this is a bulk of this council is a new council, but maybe there's some feeling that we've identified in previous councils what the level of service is that we want, and I can remember many times sitting at that end, listening to and participating in the discussion about the level of service we expect, the mowing twice a season, getting the mowing done before, the ditch mowing done before a certain time. And I think I'm on track with those comments. And and I do understand this council, and I listen to what's been said, needs to identify the level of service we want to offer. This, in my mind, is almost a carry forward from the level of service that's been identified. We haven't revisited that discussion, and rightly so we should. But some of the comments, I'm just echoing comments that as I've been making notes that I've been thinking of. Whenever the budget's set, we are identifying what we aspire to and how we want our roads and our road system and our system look, how it looks in SDG. We identify that through our discussion and agreeing to what items should be captured in the budget. So we have tread in that area somewhat, and the level of service that I see that we're offering is quite exceptional. I'm quite proud of our roads, and we all are. But I listened to a comment about the fair, ditching for the fair, preparing areas where there's going to be celebrations and events, and what the counties do to enhance that area by making them nice, neat, and clean, and looking very good. But then I listened to north of 19 and south of 19. I think that's the comment, Councillor Lane. Well, it's not fair to those folks south of 19 that they don't have the ditching and the cleaning up that's done on the north side of 19. So I think this is an exercise where everyone can have good-looking ditches. We'll have the opportunity with the staffing, where they can be utilized and cover a greater range of areas besides just looking after those pockets of our community, and we can look after the whole of the community. So I see that as well. But I do agree that we do need to have a level of service discussion. But I do believe also that we've identified it quite well through what we desire as we go through the budget process. So we've all heard the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, that's carried. Madam Clerk, we're going to move into bylaws.
It's moved by Councillor Williams, seconded by Councillor Guédon, that the Council of the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas, and Glengarry accept the proposal from MMP LLP for external audit services for a one-year term, and that bylaw number 5411, being a bylaw to appoint MMP LLP as the municipal auditors for the 2023 fiscal year, be read and passed in open council, signed and sealed.
Thank you, Madam. Ms. Russell.
Good morning, Council. So the 2022 audit concluded our 5-year term with the existing auditors. We are looking to either appoint the existing auditors for one more additional year for auditing the 2023 year, or should Council prefer, we can go out to RFP for another, for a competitive process for another 5-year term. There are benefits to both. However, we do have, in communication with the Eastern Ontario Treasurers Group, there's been a lot of communication regarding auditing and the increased fees, the lack of response for RFPs. There is a chance that going to RFP may result in not very many bidders or an increased amount of fees, or not going out. We're able to maintain the current level of audit expertise with MNP. They know our internal controls, they know our background, they've audited the counties for quite some time. Even though the auditors, the senior auditors have been changing every couple of years, we haven't had the same senior auditor with MNP, so it's been a great process. We're requesting that we just extend the 1-year term with the existing auditors. However, regardless of what Council decides, we do have an RFP ready to go out should Council wish to have the opportunity to go through the bidding process.
Thank you. Questions, comments? All those in favor? No, this is, I'm sorry, I missed that. I was going too quickly. Councillor Williams.
Thank you. But it will go out for RFP for sure next year then?
That's correct.
Okay. And I'm not much of a mathematician, but I calculated an almost $3,000 increase for this year. 2? Is it 2?
We have had increased costs actually this current audit year that were not budgeted. There was a new auditing standard for CAS 315, it's called. It was an audit standard that was across the board for all audit firms to conduct at all the municipalities and counties across Ontario. And so we have had increased costs in the existing budget year. This would reflect some of those additional standard costs for the next term. But yes, we did benefit quite a bit for the last 5 years where our audit fees were quite low. They were about $13,500 for the term of 5 years, which is significantly lower even than the local municipalities, what they experience, as well as some of our partners in other East Region counties. So yes, that increase would include those additional standards, and I don't want to say my gut feel, but my gut feeling is if we go to RFP, we will experience higher costs.
Okay, so it's reasonable then. Thank you.
Further comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? There's none, that's carried. Madam Clerk, the sale of right-of-way.
It's moved by Councillor Bergeron, seconded by Councillor Williams, that the Council of the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas, and Glengarry declare Part 3 on Plan 8R 5461 as surplus to the needs of the county, and that Article 5 of SDG Policy 1-14, sale and disposition of surplus land, is hereby waived due to exceptional circumstances, and that the property be sold to the City of Cornwall to facilitate the expansion of the Morris Glen housing development, and that bylaw number 5412, being a bylaw to stop up and close and authorize the sale of a portion of the right-of-way of County Road 2, specifically Part 3, on Plan 8R 5461, be read and passed in open council, signed and sealed.
Thank you. Mr. DeHaan.
We're cleaning up Morrisburg this morning. We got a bunch of things we're cleaning up land-wise with Morrisburg. This is one of them. This is going to help the, and I always want to call it Glen Morris, but Morris Glen development. Anyway, look forward to any questions that council may have.
Thank you. Questions, comments from Mr. DeHaan? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, that's carried. Madam Clerk, the removal.
It's moved by Councillor MacDonald, seconded by Councillor Densham, that bylaw number 5413, being a bylaw for the purpose of establishing land as part of the highway, be read and passed in open council, signed and sealed.
Mr. Hahn.
Thanks. On this one, there's a bunch of one-foot reserves that are essentially, technically prohibiting access to a bunch of the businesses that front onto County Road 2. We had identified these conflicts because the access actually goes through these one-foot reserves. They were established well before the county actually was transferred County Road 2 from the from the Ministry of Transportation. So this is just cleaning up this area. We knew this was something we needed to do at some point as a technicality, and the sale of the Morrisburg Building Center is actually what precipitated coming to council with this and cleaning up a bunch of them on the north side of the roadway.
Thank you. Questions, comments? Councillor Landry.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Warden. So with regards to 1.3 reserves, there's many across all of SDG where we've done 0.3 reserves across different land severances. Here, like I see, so were they crossing the reserve? Because I mean, it appears that they were always doing so. So is this at our cost? And generally, every other severances that we deal with 0.3 reserve, does it come at the cost of the landowner versus the counties? And is the counties taking care of lifting these reserves in this particular case?
So in terms of the cost, we do have to register them as right-of-way. But all the legal background, that all came from the due diligence associated with the sale of the Morrisburg Building Center, and really good on the lawyer associated with that sale, because they identified their 1-foot reserve. They said, can you lift this? And here's all the other ones too that we noticed. If you want to do them all at the same time, then it benefits everybody. So good on them, and that was something, again, we had, it was on our list of like, we got to clean this up at some point. The reason we hadn't done it yet is we've been chasing the Ministry of Transportation because they actually still have ownership of a bunch of 1-foot reserves in Morrisburg. So I think we've been chasing them for the last 2 years, and we were going to do essentially like an omnibus bill at some point and clean them all up. But so a little bit of a cost, not a big cost. We've got kind of boilerplate reports for all these things. So there's a little cost here, but we're cleaning them up. And we don't frequently ask for 1-foot reserves anymore. It's not necessarily, we have good tools within our driveway bylaw, and that's really the mechanism we use to control access more than a 1-foot reserve. So.
Thank you. Anything further? All those in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, that's carried. And Madam Clerk, the update to the parking bylaw.
It's moved by Councillor Densham, seconded by that bylaw number 5414, being a bylaw to authorize local municipalities to enforce parking restrictions on county roads, be read and passed in open council, signed and sealed.
Mr. DeHaan.
Thank you. This is really just we'll call it a technical amendment to what was existing already in terms of local municipal ability to enforce no parking on county roads. There was several municipalities that didn't have that delegated authority, and in talking to them, they felt that it was a good time to do it. A local municipality doesn't necessarily have to identify no parking restrictions on county roads. It just gives them the ability to do so within their no parking bylaws. So we're just opening it up so that there is that ability there if they choose to take that on.
Thank you. Questions, comments? All those in favor?
Go.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Go ahead, Councillor.
It's okay, Warden. It's Monday. And thank you, and through you. Just a quick question. I just need a clarification because maybe I misunderstood at my local level, but I kind of understood there wasn't a lot of discussion at South Dundas regarding this bylaw. So was there direct discussions with our bylaw officer through the CAO, or was this through just directly to our bylaw officer, Ben, if you could clarify? Yeah,
it was directly through bylaw enforcement locally, and I would suggest South Dundas, there was no, it wasn't that was South Dundas didn't approach us. Rather, we had identified, okay, it was through another local municipality, we had identified, okay, we don't have South Dundas on this bylaw, so we felt now's the time to put them in so that we don't have to come back at some point in the future if South Dundas does want to enforce no parking on county roads. There's no obligation whatsoever by doing this that they have to in any way, shape, or form, if you follow me. It just gives that power to South Dundas if you choose to exercise it.
Okay.
That's all.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Thank you.
All those in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, that's carried. Before we get to the consent agenda, directors, managers, would there be anything you'd like to add before we read that? Seeing no. Madam Clerk?
It's moved by Councillor Williams, seconded by Councillor Densham, that all items listed under the consent agenda section of the agenda be received for information purposes.
Questions, comments? Councillor Williams?
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Just a question with regards to the letter that was sent to the City of Ottawa regarding paramedic services. Did that meeting happen yet? Because there were dates that were in it that were July, I think.
Madam CAO.
Through you, Mr. Warden, the meeting with the City of Ottawa has not occurred as of yet. We did have a delegation as well at AMO with the wardens and a couple of our paramedic chiefs and a couple of CIOs with Minister Jones. So that meeting is still trying to get scheduled with the mayor for the City of Ottawa. And then at our delegation as well, Warden Peckford indicated that we will follow up with the meeting back with Mr. Jones' delegation at the Roma conference to be able to give her an update with respect to how the meeting progressed with Mayor Sutcliffe.
Excellent. Okay. Well, I look forward to hearing about that. I thought the letter was very well written.
And if I may add to the Warden Peckford's efforts bringing this forward, and Roma, it's been expressed that this isn't the first step in the process, that efforts have been made already to negotiate and to, if not negotiate, at least discuss thoroughly the issues with the City of Ottawa, with the former mayor, and efforts are made with the current mayor. But the Minister Jones's comments weren't heartening for me, at least, but I think for most in the room. It's just, you guys deal with it. It was the essence of the conversation, or the essence of the response, and I'm not far off track to say it that way. You guys deal with it. We'll jump in if it becomes an issue, and Warden Peckford mentioned that this has been an issue and it's been talked about, and no resolution yet. So Roma will be, in my mind, if I understand correctly, from Warden Peckford, that Roma will be the day that we say we have followed through with your wishes. If there has been success, then there's been success. If there hasn't been success, then it will become an issue for the province has to deal with, because I guess we could just institute the billings that is necessary to recoup the money that's been provided to the City of Ottawa, in essence, by us providing paramedic service to the residents of Ottawa through the taxpayers of SDG, taxpayers of Prescott-Russell, the taxpayers of Leeds-Grenville, and the taxpayers of Lanark County that have been supporting the paramedic service delivered to the residents of Ottawa. And this is the issue, is capturing that money that's been going out, or finding some way to be compensated. And obviously, understandably so, the City of Ottawa feels that it's not absolutely necessary that they recognize the efforts of the taxpayers of the surrounding counties. So we're going to have it should be a harder discussion and a more aggressive discussion, I hope. Does that sum up some of the thoughts? So if there's nothing further, all those in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, that's carried. We're going to move into boards and committees and updates. I'll lead off. Warden's report. I had a great opportunity to attend lots of fairs and celebrations. the Highland Games was, there are lots of highlights for this season. Lots of fair food and good conversation was had. And I thoroughly enjoyed the ability to represent SDG at the local fairs and events. That seemed to have taken up a lot of time, and I don't begrudge that a bit, but it was a quiet season besides that. I have nothing really further to add to that. There's been discussion, we've touched on it lightly, with the paramedic services. There's been discussion at the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus concerning rural education. There's been efforts made at the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus to seek more support from the Minister of Long-Term Care for the long-term care homes throughout. So those projects are ongoing at the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus. Joint Liaison Committee, any report from that group? Library Board, I feel that we haven't had a meeting recently. Police Services Board, I looked at Jamie, upcoming meeting. The Eastern Ontario Health Unit. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. We had a meeting just last week, and you can fill in Councillor Lang. So Dr. Paul reported that we're at the tail end of this pandemic. I think he did refer to it as endemic now. There are a number of new vaccines being released in the fall, RSV, COVID, and the flu. He mentioned that there are some variants of interest, but not of concern, and that he expected RSV and the flu season to be worse than the COVID season, which I found interesting. And good news, we read about this, that the funding is going to remain at 75% provincial, 25% municipal, which is, we've been waiting for that announcement, so this is very good news for us. And the Eastern Ontario Health Unit is busy trying to get back to regular programming rather than just to focus on COVID. So please, if there's anything I've missed.
Yeah, I think Karma covered pretty well everything. Just one thing I will add, just to keep we be aware, and I think some of us have seen it in the news, rabies is increasing in the area, especially raccoons and bats. Just, something we need to be watching, that we've had somebody actually bitten by a rabid bat in recent months. So.
Thank you. Glen Stordon Lodge, Mayor Broad, or Councillor Broad?
Yeah, although we haven't had a meeting recently, the administrator has kept us up to date through some Zoom calls with the board with some important topics. Our next meeting is September 20th, and those topics will be included in those minutes, and we will communicate them those pieces of information.
Thank you. The St. Lawrence River Institute. Nothing to report? Nothing to report, Councillor. Raisin South Nation Source Water Protection, Councillor Bergeron.
No, there's nothing to report, and it looks like our next meeting won't be until October.
Thank you. Municipal Advisory and Algonquin Land Claims, nothing to report. Eastern Ontario Agri-Food Network, Councillor Williams. Regional Incentive Program Approvals Committee, Councillor Zencham or St. Pierre, nothing. Social Development Council, Councillor Williams. There we go. We're going to move into key information. Roadside tree planting, Mr. DeHaan.
Hello again. All right, so Phil and I are here this morning just to give Council a brief update in terms of our progress this year and what our overall strategy is with roadside tree planting, and happy to welcome any questions, comments, concerns. Phil's in the midst of actually kind of massaging out the next 3 to 5 years in terms of what we're looking ahead at. So great opportunity to provide some input to the program and make, either confirm we're on the right track or slap us into good shape here. Okay. In terms of the background of this program, it's a long-standing activity within our department. I was actually trying to look back and see if it's something that started in my time or even before my time, and I'm sorry to tell you, I'm getting long in the tooth, so I couldn't find that answer, but I honestly can tell you that it's something that just has been a regular occurring and very important activity that's been taking place for numerous years. There are many advantages to having roadside trees within our right-of-way. Obviously, and first and foremost, and it's the easiest one to understand, is they provide a living snow fence for us, and it's something that we take great advantage of. And particularly over the past 5 to 10 years, when we've seen a lot more clearing and areas coming into agricultural production, where we have these open, windswept areas, and that has put a lot of, it's created a lot of areas where we need to have this type of snow fencing to help us with drifting and challenges we face there. The other thing as well, too, when you think of a roadside tree, it does provide erosion control within the ditch itself by that root system being integral with the bank of the ditch. It does provide habitat, of course, for various animals that would live and shelter in those trees. And I think this is maybe an understated, but one that is very important, I think, for our county. We have a beautiful county, we have beautiful roadsides, and those trees provide some aesthetics and character to our roadsides. So I think that's a great advantage that we benefit from by having those trees within the right-of-way. Of course, with every positive, there is a negative, and there are challenges that we do see with roadside trees. One is obviously the potential damage to infrastructure that the trees could cause. Trees fall on hydro lines. Trees the root systems can get wrapped up into underground infrastructure. It does create visual obstructions at sightlines, so that's something we're challenged with on many occasions, where we have sightline issues and creates an unsafe condition because of trees blocking the view. They are a roadside hazard as well. Errant cars coming off the roadway, striking a large mature tree, it can be a real, obviously something we want to avoid to the greatest extent possible, and a risk that we have to be aware of and mitigate against. Trees on the roadsides do help spread pests and invasive species, of course. Not necessarily that's the only reason, but it functions as a vector for things to move along a right-of-way or down a roadway. And it does increase roadside maintenance costs. Earlier we were talking about the ice storm cleanup. Well, that ice storm cleanup was a result of trees along the roadsides and adjacent to the roadsides coming down into the ditch, where we had to spend a lot of time and effort to clean those branches up. So there are negatives. So all that to be said, and Phil will get into the particulars of it, but we know what the negatives are, we know what the positives are, and by understanding what the negatives are, we can try and mitigate to the greatest extent possible and avoid a lot of the negative challenges we have with roadside trees. Prior to 2013, so prior to, I should say 2012, because we're in 2013 now.
2023.
Oh, 2023. Oh boy, it is Monday. We had this program. It was contracted out to South Nation Conservation. They did a great job for us, and we really appreciated the oversight that they had. But with Phil coming on board with us, it actually provided us a great opportunity to re-look at this program, look at how the different approaches we were taking. The great advantage to having Phil take over this program as well is just the closer connection that our staff have between each other. Him working with more directly and day-to-day with patrol supervisors does provide great benefit to us as well, and access to different attending opportunities as well through our staff. And one thing I do want to remind council, it's more than just putting trees in the ground. This is a very comprehensive program. If it was just about getting numbers of trees in the ground, we could really pump out a great deal of them. The challenge with that approach is that we probably don't have a lot of, or we would have a lot of mortality. We wouldn't have a lot of success with those trees. So there's much more to it, and I will, I'll turn it over to Phil very shortly to talk about some of that. So whenever we're looking for a site, we are, and this is an example of some of the sites we're going to be working on next year, is that?
This fall.
This fall, excuse me, this fall. These are the sites we're working on this fall. What we're looking for is we're looking for windbreaks, we're looking for where they have the space to grow, we're checking against utilities. Right now, Phil is working very much on creating a large inventory ahead of us. There's lots of, you probably hear in the news all the time about the 50 billion, or is it trillion at this? 2 billion tree program. So there's all sorts of funding opportunities, and the the government is really encouraging and providing resources to help get trees planted and growing. So by having that large inventory and sites ready to, sites identified, ideal sites identified, then we're in a good position to be able to maximize on that. One thing, and I'd love to hear council's perspective on this one, is also looking at the possibility of more aesthetic planting in our villages and hamlets where we're losing trees just due to, they've reached maturity and they start to rot. So you see that, and I always, the best example I can think of, quite frankly, is Avonmore. Driving down Main Street, Avonmore, you have these large, mature maple trees. Yeah, growing over top, creating a canopy almost over top of the roadway. It's so picturesque. And of course, we have to think ahead that these trees aren't going to be here, and we got to make sure the next ones are growing and maturing so that we either are creating that landscape in the future, or we're making sure we don't lose that landscape as these things come to the end of their life. So that's something that Phil and I have been talking about a little bit in the last little while, and an area that we see some opportunity to also create some benefit for our residents and the places we live. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Phil, and you just tell me when you want me to switch slides, okay?
Yeah, so it's been an opportunity for me this year to go around and look at some of the existing sites. Whenever we do start looking at the actual species selection, though, the species that we select are really geared towards providing windbreaks. So we take a look at the area and the soil type to determine the best species of trees, but also we're looking at site restrictions, which may be how far we're able to get those trees off the roadway so that we're able to avoid any type of salt damage through salt spray and through salt contamination in the actual soil itself. Some of the common trees that we're looking at planting are Norway and white spruce. The reason for this is, they're conical in shape. They provide good branching down at the base all the way up and are essentially able to work as a windbreak. They're also, ideally suited to our soil conditions in this area. The size of the trees as well is also a consideration whenever we look at securing the stock and the prices as well. So up on the screen is just an example of some of the different type of stock that you can get. So on the left is the bare roots bare root stock, which obviously comes with bare roots. This stock is available to be planted relatively quickly and in large numbers and is relatively cheap as well. Next, moving on, is the potted stock. So you can see that this tree is sort of a little bit larger. It has the growing medium around it, so it comes with soil and a better fine root system. And then finally, with the bald and burlap, these are the larger type caliper sized trees that you would see planted along a maybe like a landscape planting plan or something like that. And really, it's an aesthetic planting where you want mature trees planted. So looking at installation and maintenance, as Ben had mentioned, it's more about, it's more than just putting the trees in the ground. Once you do put them in, trees do require care for a number of years before they reach a free-to-grow stage. A fully sustaining site requires proper site preparation, tending, and maintenance until those trees are able to get past the weed competition, and the ongoing annual tending of these sites is something that we've been looking at. So this picture shows a site that was planted this past spring, and unfortunately, the poison parsnip makes it very challenging to go in and maintain these sites. So we looked at hiring a contractor with a small bush hog to go in and safely, tend to these. This site was planted with bare root stock. It was spot sprayed and the trees were doing well. However, like with the amount of rain and stuff that we had this year, challenges do persist, and it's not safe to send staff in there to whip or snip around those trees to really release them. So these are some of the challenges and stuff that we're looking at, and as well, reducing the amount of pesticide that we use. This this particular site was broadcast sprayed, and unfortunately, the only thing that did end up coming back was poison parsnip. So in 2023, we were focused on the maintenance of the existing sites that we do have, but then also developed a plan for this fall and looking at successive years of where planting should occur, the types of species that we will be planting, and coordinating with the road supervisors and discussing with them those top priority areas which need windbreaks established, but then also coming up with an installation and maintenance plan for those trees so that we're looking after the stock that we are putting in the ground. So this is just an example out at County Road 32, close to Marionville, of one of the sites that was planted close to 5 years ago. We did end up hiring a contractor to go in there and just brush in between the trees. This provides a little bit of relief and allows the trees really to develop around them because the vegetation was getting quite dense around them. As well, here's some additional photos. We do have challenges associated with establishing these trees. You're putting a tree into a pretty inhospitable environment whenever you do plant along the roadside, be it, you know, that the site may have been disturbed by prior construction activities, so the soil might not necessarily be completely native, and as well, you know, our roadside salt and adjacent land use practices also contribute to challenges with establishing those trees. We're looking at, you know, developing a little bit better comprehensive plan around the overall maintenance of these, which will include, you know, annual tending, pruning, and essentially just whippersnipping around these trees to really release the vegetation. Do you want to speak to this one?
Yeah, and another example again where, you know, to Phil's point, where we have this competition between, you know, these trees that are growing in a pretty hostile environment and development adjacent to it. And there was a recent example where we did have, you know, I think it's a great picture because you do see the signs pointed at the roadway. You know, perhaps we have to double side our signs to make sure that the people working on the private property also see what that sign's all about, because we did have some damage to trees. And to the landowner's credit, it was, you know, they're tile draining, trying to create productive site. And that's something we obviously want to work with landowners to be able to help with those activities without necessarily sacrificing trees or trying to find a better way to do it. And this landowner's been excellent to work with, and we'll continue to work with them to be able to resolve and address some of the damage that we did see sustained. Now, one thing that, and Phil talking about the maintenance plan, his ongoing maintenance, it's roughly 2 to 5 years worth of ongoing maintenance after it's been planted to be able to get a tree to where it's at a self-sustaining level. So that gives you a sense of, you know, what we're planting today, we've got to look after for the next 5 years. So we are, you know, it's just this rolling, sustaining program that Phil's really focusing on. And that's the sustaining and the maintenance part is something I would suggest we probably didn't have a great enough focus on. And that's one thing Phil's really brought to this program, is being able to look at it and say, look, we can do a better job of protecting these plants and also figuring out a way to sustain them on a rolling, go-forward basis. Want to do this one?
Yeah, sure. So to date this year, we've planted 2,200 seedlings at 4 different locations, and as well installed 162-gallon potted stock just to fill in existing sites that were partially completed. Looking at 2024 and beyond, we've completed some site visits and are looking at site planting layouts and developing that plan for future years. And through that process, we included a site visit with Hendry Forestry Services through Jim Hendry. He's a registered professional forester and provided great insight as to the, you know, operations, installation, maintenance, and overall effectiveness of the program. We were able to visit a couple different sites. He gave us, you know, great insight as to how we could improve the program, and as well provided the guidance for, you know, looking at what we're going to be planting this fall. So we're planning on putting in an additional 1,000 trees at 5 different locations within North Dundas and South Dundas this year.
And this is what we hope to accomplish as we continue on. You can see a very mature and effective windbreak that's been established along our road. So that's a brief summary of what we're working on and how we're getting there, and we're happy to answer any questions council might have on this program.
Thank you, Phil. Thank you, Ben. Questions, comments to Councillor Bergeron, then Councillor Williams.
Oh, regarding maintenance, there's a lot of windbreaks that are required, unfortunately, under hydro wires. And I just wondered if there's such a shrub that will stop growing before it hits hydro wires. Does such a thing exist?
Yeah, I think we're looking at those options as you had mentioned. A lot of times you're driving along a roadway and it's like, oh, it'd be a great spot to plant a tree. However, hydro lines are usually on the west side of the road where we're looking to establish those. So we may look at planting a species like high bush cranberry or staghorn sumac or something along those lines, which is kind of grows to about 15 feet tall and then stops. And you can see other locations where, the windbreaks were planted and then hydro has came and just topped off the tree, which is a practice of theirs. However, it's not great. So looking at long-term solutions, where can we put those trees or what can we plant that would benefit that area without, and provide long-term, relief, so.
Thank you. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Thanks for this report. It's a very interesting program and I think well worthwhile. I see that you say you're, developing locations now. I'm sure all of us around this table are thinking about those roads in our municipality that just get whited out, every winter, and are anxious to see our particular problem areas planted sooner rather than later. So I'd be curious to know, first of all, are the vast majority of your plantings going along roadsides where there is an identified problem, number one? And number two, when you are, because I think we have a very unique opportunity here to enhance road safety for the winter time with this program, which is obvious. I realize that, but I would really like to see priority going to those plantings on roadsides where there are problems, and I'd like to hear more about where those areas are that you're planning. Thank you.
I'll start with that. So yeah, the benefit again of having a staff member here on board with us is that Phil's working very closely with Derek's hidden by the post, but Derek and his staff, and priority for upcoming years is those areas where we know the patrol supervisors are telling us here's where we have issues with snow blowing, et cetera, et cetera. Other areas, like we look at, different pies that we have too, but for us, the priority going forward is those wind-blown areas. And County Road 31, we're trying to geographically locate it too, similar to how we approached our hot mix paving program this year. We're trying to locate all these areas in the same spot to try and maximize dollars, so that if you get someone in to plant trees, they're in one specific area, the deliveries of those trees is to one specific spot, and they can pound out a big area in one geographic location.
Thank you. Councillor Lang, followed by Councillor Densham.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. Karma took a lot what I wanted to. I was hoping that it was as well going to be where we have the drifting issues and so forth, but I'll add a little bit more to it. I'm assuming that we're not going to do a lot of roadside spraying in the areas where we've put trees, or being very careful about it because they are susceptible to the roadside spraying. So I would like to hope that with your 5 new employees, that we do a little extra mowing maybe where the trees are, so that and for 2 reasons. One, it helps the trees, as instead of having to bring a contractor in and mow each side, maybe we could do a little bit of ourselves. But as myself, as a landowner who sprays the fields right next to the road, I want to know they're there so that I don't spray them. And if they're mowed on either side, it's easier for me because I do mow quite a bit of county roadside as well, trying to keep the front of our farms tidied up before you guys get there. Sometimes we mow ourselves. So if you could keep those ones trimmed, so that we can see that line of trees, it's going to be easier for us not to hit them with our equipment and not to spray them.
Oh, sorry there. Yeah, we're looking at, putting increased signage as well. In most cases, they might be posted at either end. However, you might be planting along a 1 kilometer section, right? So increased signage as well. So we've went around this year and, put stakes to make sure that our roadside mowers aren't hitting them either. So yeah, no, that's...
Thank you, Mr. Just a bit of a follow. When you plant, I assume, we don't want to go too close to the roadway because, as you say, it's a hazard for vehicles. Are you trying to stay right on the outer edge of our road allowance, or are you staying in at a certain, is there a set place that you're looking to put those trees?
Yeah, it really depends on the site itself. In most cases, we're looking at planting the back slope, and it comes up to a plateau out of the ditch profile. However, we're looking at staying approximately 4 feet back from that property edge.
Thank you.
Councillor Densham.
Thank you, Mr. Warden, and through you. So, good presentation, thank you. A lot of what you're doing here is presumably happening along county roads. And within each of the second-tier municipalities, there's probably some landowners who would be interested in tapping into your expertise and understanding what can be done, and there could be safety issues on there. I'm just wondering whether at some point in time you're looking to kind of extend your expertise into the second tier, whether it be more consulting versus actually doing the work, but anything that you might be reaching into the second tier municipalities to help support.
You're welcome to have your staff talk to myself or talk to Phil directly. We'd be happy to provide any support that we can for local municipalities looking at a similar program. I mean, there's perhaps a joint tendering opportunity on a planting contract, or helping to identify sites. We'd be happy to help out at any time.
Further questions, comments, thoughts? So and again, I go back to this is a fairly new council, but I've been somewhat advocating for certain things on the roadside to mitigate the salt usage, eliminate or reduce pesticide usage, wind blocks, and I look forward to hearing more come up about the roadside planting or in areas of native species of wildflowers that go hand in hand with the trees. I can go on at length about that, about the system, the ecosystem, and how it's they support each other. So I look forward to the opportunity to be further investigated to support the roadside tree planting, and in some of those areas, once they're established, and then we can get in and put some native species down, and then that eliminates the upkeep in that area, and they support each other. But I think of Councillor Densham's comments, and with the focus this year, with the roadside tree planting being in North and South Dundas, maybe it'd be an opportunity, Ben, for Philip to speak to the DFA and bring it to their attention, some of the comments that Councillor Lang has about identifying the areas, seeing as that we have a captured group, and the DFA is a good representative of many farms in the Dundas area, much like the SFA and the GFA. So if we could maybe take advantage of that. So there's nothing else on that, the Sustainable Forest Initiative?
Yeah, I just very quickly wanted to put it on council's radar that we are volunteering to go through a SFI certification as a result of some changes that are happening to I know there's a lot of acronyms here, the Forest Stewardship Council certification that we currently hold. And the reason being is that at some point in the future, it may be unsustainable for us to continue to hold the FSC certification. So this is our opportunity to identify another sustainable forestry practice certification that we can continue to maintain. That's the gist of what this report was being provided to council for.
Thank you. Questions, comments on this? Thank you for that report. And at this point, we'll move into the administrative update. Madam CAO.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. So I've provided just a brief overview of my schedule during the month of July. Not a lot to update council on this morning. We do have the Warden's Banquet coming on October the 21st, so we'd like everyone to mark that on their calendars to make sure they're able to attend. And the upcoming Ontario East Conference is next week, September 6th to the 8th. I think that the warden and I are both going, so we might be able to coordinate a couple of activities or get-togethers, depending on who is attending. We are currently not undergoing any recruitments, so I had a little happy face for that. Maybe just a couple of comments following the AMO conference. There were a couple of announcements from the province. One with respect to funding for health units, so that was very positive news. The Minister Clark also spoke to, and the Premier, to building homes faster. So that is a program that I think the province is going to come out and provide goals for each municipality with respect to new builds in their communities. If you meet those goals, then you potentially will receive some funding the following year in recognition of that. However, when he gave a few examples during the conference, I believe that municipalities, likely in the greater Toronto area that have massive builds, are likely going to be the recipients of a bulk of that funding. So I think it's also tied to the number of units. And then they also extended strong mayor's powers to some additional municipalities that will have populations in excess of 50,000. So those are just a couple of highlights from AMO. We talked about the delegation with Warden Peckford. Warden Fraser and I also had a few moments to speak to Sabine Matheson from Strategy Corp. Sabine is a very good consultant to also advise local municipal councils on how to strategize your advocacy and delegations as you're approaching ministries. So I'm going to reach out to Sabine. I'm going to try and find an opportunity to have her come to our area. I would recommend for likely a morning or a half a day, and then we could extend an invitation to all of the local municipal councillors, as well as county council, potentially CAOs, to come and, I think, have an opportunity to engage with Sabine and talk about your local items that you might want to advocate with the province, and whether or not there's some advice and some strategy that might be recommended. Sabine has done some work for the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus, very capable. I believe that Stormont has also used Strategy Corp quite a bit. So I think that they're excellent. But what I'll do is I'll come back at the next council meeting with a bit of an update with respect to potentially dates and get feedback from council. So I just wanted to give you a little bit of heads up on that. And I also wanted to mention there's been a couple of inquiries from council with respect to our strategic plan. So it's my intention to have that document on our next council agenda. So you'll see that in September. And I think I would like to hand it over to Kimberly to introduce our newest SDG employee.
Thank you, Maureen, and through you, Mr. Warden, I'm pleased to introduce the county's new Human Resources Manager. We have Kristen Summers sitting back there with Todd. Hi, Kristen. She's starting today. This is her first day on the job, so I'm pleased to introduce Kristen. She comes with a wealth of human resources experience. Her recent position was the Director of Human Resources with the Cornwall City Police, so please join me in welcoming Kristen to the SDG team. Thank you.
Welcome, Kristen. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, at this point of the meeting, we're going to take a stretch your leg break, and it'll be long enough that you can go for a stroll. So if we could return in about 25, 30 minutes back to our spots, and the rest of the day will continue. There's snacks, treats, coffee, water, muffins, cookies in the kitchen. And so at this point, Todd. Good morning, everyone. All we had to do was wait for Tim Simpson to sit down, and it quieted right down. So thank you, Tim. Good morning. It is with immense pleasure and pride that we gather here today to celebrate the exceptional accomplishments of the remarkable individuals who make up our Stormont, Dundas, and Glengarry family. This occasion marks a momentous occasion and an opportunity to recognize the dedication, innovation, and unwavering commitment that have shaped our community and services by our amazing staff. The Staff Awards, an annual tradition that we hold dear, symbolizes our deep appreciation for those who consistently exceed expectations in their pursuit of excellence. These award winners represent the driving force behind the progress we make and the positive impact we create. Their resilience, passion, and determination have taken our endeavors to new heights, reflecting the true spirit of SDG counties. Equally deserving of our admiration of our long-service employees who have demonstrated a steadfast loyalty that has weathered the test of time, their years of dedication and service have not only enriched our institution, but also has become an integral part of its very identity. These individuals are a testament to the enduring values that underpin our local success. As we honor the dedication of our long-service employees, we also bid a fond farewell to our esteemed retirees. After years of tireless work and boundless contributions, they embark on a well-deserved chapter of rest and rejuvenation. Their legacy will forever remain woven into the fabric of our organizational structure, serving as an inspiration to all who follow in their footsteps. In the heart of our Stormont and Dundas Glengarry community, the Staff Awards remind us of the greatness that is not a solitary pursuit, but the reflective effort of a collective effort. It is the synergy between our award winners, long-service employees, and retirees that defines our shared success story. To our award winners, long-service employees, and retirees, your journey is a beacon of inspiration. May your accomplishments continue to illuminate the path towards a future brimming with possibilities. Congratulations to all, and thank you for your invaluable contributions to the Stormont, Dundas, and Glengarry community. Thank you.
I'll speak up. I hope everyone can hear me. So thank you, Warden Fraser. And I would just like to add a couple of introductory comments myself. This is my first event to attend for recognition of long-term service as well as employee awards and retirees. I joined, as everybody knows, I joined in January, but I'm continually impressed with the commitment and the dedication and the hard work from the staff of the counties. So for that, I'm going to carry on in our agenda. We're going to start off initially and present our employee-nominated nominations and awards. There are 3 categories. This year we have 4 recipients. So our first award is in the category of customer service, and the winner of that award is Abby Major. Come on up. And what I would like to do, if you want to just stand here for a moment, Abby, what I'd like to do is give everybody just a little bit of background. So the award is presented to an employee who consistently displays high levels of expertise, enthusiasm, and initiative in dealing with internal and external customers. Abby has worked with SDG counties as a summer student for the past 3 summers. Abby is highly motivated, tackles her daily work with enthusiasm. Her dedicated work ethic in maintaining the property at the County Administration Building helps create a welcoming space for visitors and colleagues. Abby always has a welcoming smile for those she greets and a positive outlook regarding her assigned tasks. Her hard work happens in the background, but the results are visible and evident throughout the Administration Building property. She has been and continues to be an outstanding employee who should be recognized as the outstanding young professional that she is. I know that as I walked through the building, even before Abby started, we had many people going, "Is Abby coming back this year? Is Abby joining us?" So Abby, congratulations and thank you. Thank you. Our second award is the Safety Smart Award, and I'd like to call up Philip Duncan. Thank you. The Safety Smart Award recognizes an employee who consistently exhibits safe work practices, identifies and reports potential hazards which could affect an employee or a group of employees, and/or regularly goes above and beyond the expected safety standards. At the start of his career with SDG, one of the goals Phil was tasked with was to become a chainsaw safety trainer so that he was qualified to deliver a chainsaw safety course to our operations staff. Phil took his Train the Trainer courses in early 2023 with the expectation that he would teach material to the staff at some point that was convenient later in the year. Unfortunately, our region experienced a significant ice storm on April the 5th, which resulted in the need for roadside tree removal and cleanup efforts that have been unparalleled in the last 25 years. Almost immediately following the ice storm, Phil was required to mobilize and prepare his course material so that he could quickly and effectively train, retrain all of our operations staff on chainsaw and chipper safety. The urgency to deliver the material was necessitated by the need to ensure that safety was top of mind. While our transportation staff started the work associated with the ice storm cleanup, the course was prepared and delivered by Phil. It was interesting, comprehensive, relevant to the work our staff do and the risks they face. His expertise, ability to communicate effectively, and create an interactive learning environment captured the attention of all participants, making the learning process not only informative, enjoyable as well. The combination of audio, visual, personal stories, and hands-on activities ensured that the staff receiving the training were able to stay engaged, understand the tools they are using, and appreciate the importance of having the appropriate personal protective equipment while doing their work. A final testament to the success of the comprehensive safety training provided by Phil is the fact that throughout that cleanup, 2,600 staff hours of staff were dedicated to cleaning up trees after the ice storm. There's not been one single injury to staff. Thank you, Phil. We have two awards that we're going to recognize for Innovation, Sustainability, and Leadership Award. The Innovation, Sustainability, and Leadership Award recognizes employees who display outstanding creativity and/or innovation, volunteer their time for the benefit of the community while portraying a positive image of the counties, demonstrate superior leadership or mentoring skills with fellow employees, and/or provides a suggestion that results in increased productivity, reduced expenses, increased revenues, and improved services. Our first award is going to go to Carolyn McCullough. Carolyn is not here this morning, but in her absence, I would still like to let everybody know what the nomination is for. She was nominated for the Innovation and Sustainability Leadership Award in recognition of her implementation of online timesheets. This is a remarkable contribution towards SDG's efficiency and effectiveness during the payroll process. Previously, timesheets were manually entered, a process that was not only time-consuming, but also had an increased risk of error. With Carolyn's initiative, this task has been simplified by uploading the timesheet entries directly into our financial software. Carolyn has demonstrated leadership and commitment to streamlining our internal processes and has generated a cultural shift towards embracing technology for better efficiency. So on behalf of Carolyn, I think maybe Rebecca, I'll have you come up and take her envelope, but we should recognize Carolyn. And our last award is going to Cheryl Survey. Cheryl was also unfortunately not able to join us this morning. Cheryl has been a steady presence during times of change in the library services and has implemented new changes within the library services that will improve our customer service vastly. She has initiated automatic release plans that will enhance the library collection and automate purchasing. She also spearheaded the implementation of the library's new website hosted on BiblioWeb and worked in collaboration with IT to release wireless printing to all 15 branches. Cheryl offers a deep knowledge of library services that library staff use to carry out their daily tasks. So with that, I thank Cheryl. I'm going to ask Rebecca to come up, and I'll give you her envelope. We will now move on to our long service awards, and we're going to do it by department. So I'm going to ask Ben DeHaan to join us for the Transportation Services Department. Woohoo! Yes.
At least there wasn't boo birds coming out. That's good. So first and foremost, we start with the 10-year service award, and I'd like to call up Sandy McDonald to accept his 10-year award. So interesting thing about Sandy, and it's funny you don't have a coffee in your hand because that's pretty much how we always see the guy. He's probably a coffee farmer in another life. Sandy's been with us since 2011, actually. He was a casual truck driver for 2 seasons. He came to as a full-time truck driver in St. Andrews West in November of 2013. And Sandy, for interest's sake, he's the guy who is probably one of our several of our expert sweeper operators. Actually, when we bought the unit and picked it up at the dealership, they knew about this guy. He's a legend in the sweeping world. So, which that's cool. That's cool in our department for sure. So, congratulations, Sandy! Happy 10-year anniversary. Pictures at the end? Cool. All right. Next award winner is Mitchell Barkley, a 10-year service award. I don't think he's here this afternoon, but just quickly about Mitchell, and then we'll give him a round of applause. He started as a casual truck driver in 2011 and was 3 seasons as a casual truck driver. He came on as a full-time truck driver at the Winchester Springs in July 2014 and is now the lead hand at our Winchester Springs Patrol, and that started for him in April 2023. And one thing I just briefly want to say about Mitchell, it's myself, his colleagues, supervisors have always been impressed with this guy. He's a guy that's actually gone out and done some professional development on his own accord to learn more about the position and the work that we do, which I think is a testament to how seriously he takes his work and how this isn't just a job for him, it's a career for him, and we're quite honored to have him working with us. So he's gained a lot of respect through the work he does and how he approaches his work, and it's great to have him here for the last 10 years. All right, next guy, 10 years, Matt Brownell. Come on up, Matt. So Matt started with us as a surveyor, a contract inspector in November of 2013. One of the things we identified with Matt is just a really smart, technical guy, good hands-on staff member. And what we had done was started to focus him on some of the bridge inspection work. And even in that work, we could see the potential that we had with Matt and his ability to kind of, want to do more and try and benefit the organization. And with that, he's moved to the construction supervisor position, which he's had since January 2022. And with Matt's guidance and oversight, we are implementing many new and innovative approaches, which is saving all of our taxpayers lots of money and gaining our more life out of our bridges. So congratulations, Matt, and way to go. All right, I saw Kenny here. There you go. Come on up, Kenny. Kenny Chisholm, 15 years with the county. After starting on a temporary basis, Kenny was hired full-time in October of 2008 as a night shift truck driver at our Green Valley Patrol. Kenny transferred to St. Andrews Patrol in 2009 and has been there ever since. Kenny is well liked by his employees and is known as a dependable and versatile staff member at the patrol. He can be trusted to complete anything that he's asked to do and is always willing, ready, and able to help out when we need him. One thing I think we need to point out with Kenny, he's been a long-serving, dedicated volunteer firefighter for St. Andrews West Fire Services, demonstrating the pride that he has in helping his community. All right, we're getting on to 20 years now. Bernie Archambault, 20 years. So if you're ever looking for Bernie, you can find him 3 a.m. in the wintertime under a snowplow in Dunvegan, fixing hydraulic hoses. So Bernie's our mechanic. He's our sole mechanic within the organization, and he looks after over 100+ pieces of equipment for the county. So I think a testament to the type of work and the vast responsibility that Bernie's got. He works out of the Finch Patrol, but really, like I said, his office is everywhere. There's a breakdown. But I can't say enough about the work he does. As our only mechanic looking after such a large inventory, I think, anybody that works for this organization or is an observer and understands the type of equipment we have and how well maintained things are and how well things run, it's all because of this guy. So, round of applause for Bernie. All right, we got another 20-year guy here, but unfortunately he's not with us today. But he might be listening online if we're streaming. There we go, Dana Grant. So Dana is our construction supervisor for roads, and he started with us similar to Matt, but a little bit 10 years prior. He started as a contract inspector. Little fun fact about Dana is he is in the Sports Hall of Fame here in Cornwall, so look him up if you want to learn a little bit more about him. Dana works very tirelessly during the construction season. He's answering phone calls, emails. I'm sure he's texting me right now if he's listening online, and he does that on weekends, on his days off, anytime, and he does what he feels he needs to do to get the job done, and we always appreciate that. He's very good at trying to meet people out on site and deal with things professionally in a timely manner. He has continued with his professional development as well. He received his certified road supervisor designation, and when we were in a little bit of a pickle back in 2017, he actually functioned as the acting patrol supervisor to help us through a little bit of a tough time because of some staffing issues. And Dana is, the guy when we talk about our 4-year resurfacing plan and some of the concepts that Mike and I bring to council. We're just the good looks behind the department. It's the guys like Dana and the other ones that we're recognizing today that are actually doing the heavy lifting for us. So. Thank you very much, Dana, if you're listening. Another 20-year. Karen McDonnell. Come on up, Karen. So Karen started at the counties in financial services in 2003 as the accounting clerk. She moved to the best department in 2011 and is now our purchasing coordinator. Joint tendering across the local municipalities really happens because of Karen. She's the driving force of that. So if your local municipality is working on or part of a tender, it's thanks to Karen and her integration of that work into the big tender that we put out. She has a great passion for her work. She really enjoys professional development and learning about the latest trends in public procurement. And someone's got to do it, so thank God it's her. No, she's a great individual to work with. She's always in a good mood unless invoicing is off. And that infectious spirit really benefits our department, and we love having her around. She's been heavily involved with the county, past member of the Social Committee and Joint Health and Safety Committee. And the only passion we can see that's greater than public purchasing is the passion for her family, particularly her grandkids. And I think that is the honest to God truth. So congratulations, Karen. Our next 20-year award goes to Blair Hodgson. Come on up, Blair. Blair is the mayor of Winchester Springs, in case you're interested. And it's kind of a half joke because that is pretty close to accurate. Blair, I think, knows everybody. Is that fair to say? Within a 10-kilometer radius? No, Blair started with us at the Winchester Springs Patrol in November 2003 and has been there ever since and can almost walk to work. Is that? 5 minutes. 5-minute walk to work, but so he lives, works, breathes that patrol, and we benefit from it greatly. He's well connected to the area, and everyone has Blair on speed dial. I'm sure some of you in the audience do as well. And he is often aware and responding to issues before they're even brought to the office's attention, and that's a testament to the kind of work and the service that he provides to the community. Blair's very easy to talk to. I always enjoy catching up with him. He's got such a positive attitude and really wants the best for SDG and the community around. So congratulations, Blair, on 20 years. All right, our next 20-year recipient is Kelly Atchison. Come on up, Kelly. So Kelly's 20 years at SDG, to me, is a great example of involvement and professional development, growth within the organization. So Kelly started with us as a seasonal night shift driver in the Finch Patrol during the winter seasons. Then he moved to full-time nights and was responsible for signs during the summer months. And I believe when I started, that was kind of what you were working on, if I've got my memory correct. And he continued to move up in the organization. So he was the lead hand in 2010 in Finch and is now, and then went to the lead hand position in St. Andrews in 2019, and he's actually out of the truck right now and working as our temporary patrol supervisor in St. Andrews Patrol. Not only is he a dedicated employee, but he's been involved in various county activities through the years. He was instrumental help when the plowing match was in North Stormont. He's a past recipient of a customer service award. He's a past member of our Joint Health and Safety Committee and a past member of our Social Committee. So thank you very much for all your hard work, Kelly. All right, last but not least in the long service awards is Tony McCadden, 20 years. So Tony here is probably our most well-traveled employee, or one of the most well-traveled employees within the organization. He started as a seasonal employee in Winchester Springs. In December, Tony came on full-time in St. Andrews Patrol, transferred to Finch in 2005 to be closer to home, then back to St. Andrews in 2010 to get on the day shift, then back to Finch in 2013, and now he's in Winchester Springs. So we're anxiously awaiting the day for an opening in Green Valley so he can say he went around the horn. So that's we're all excited for him there. No, in all honesty, Tony's a reliable employee, takes an immense amount of pride in the work he does and the equipment he operates. If you thought the roadsides looked neat coming into the South Mountain Fair a couple weeks ago, you can thank Tony for that effort. That's the kind of stuff he does. And similarly, I know with his snow plow that's assigned to him, he looks after it, and you can just tell it's his because he cares so much about, he's got so much pride in the work he does and looking after the stuff that he's assigned to do. So congratulations, Tony, and well done. And that's it. So picture time? All right.
And now I'd like to call up Rebecca Luck for Library Services.
Thank you. So for our first recipient of the Years of Service Award, I'd like to call upon Rachel Vivaret for 10 years of service. So before joining the SDG library, Rachel had the opportunity to work as a flight attendant at the old A&M record store at the mall, Service Canada, and the old Baldwin House in Cornwall. Upon joining the SDG library team, Rachel started out as a CSA in the Lancaster branch in 2013, prior to accepting the role as an LSA. In 2016, she graciously accepted to become the administrative assistant at the County Administration Building. During her time at admin, she has been the recipient of the 2020 and 2021 Customer Service Excellence Award. In her spare time, you might find Rachel cruising in her convertible to her line dancing class or enjoying family time with her beautiful children and grandchildren. Congratulations, Rachel, on your 10 years of service anniversary today. You have been such a significant part of our team, and we couldn't imagine our workplace without you. For our next recipient, I'd like to welcome Jeanette DeVries for her 20 years of service. Jeanette started out as a relief staff member for the Dundas County in 2003. At that time, all her children were in school, and she was looking for a fulfilling part-time job, and the library was a perfect fit. In 2015, a library service assistant position at the Iroquois branch became available, and again, it was a perfect fit, as her 5 children were all finished high school, and Jeanette and her husband were empty nesters. Jeanette and her husband now take advantage of their free time to travel, which was difficult while they managed a farm and large family. Jeanette is a valued member of the library team, and her dedication and work ethic over these 20 years is commendable. Congratulations on achieving this anniversary with us. We know you have worked hard for this accomplishment, and we truly appreciate your dedication. Lastly, I'd like to call upon Eleanor Pitzersma for 25 years of service. Eleanor and her family gave up the big city life and her job as a nurse in downtown Toronto to return to her roots in Eastern Ontario. Eleanor started her library career working at the Independent Iroquois Library in 1985. The Iroquois branch became part of the SDG library system in 1998 with the amalgamation of South Dundas. Eleanor continued working at this new 19th branch of the county library system and has been with us for 25 years. In her free time, Eleanor enjoys spending time at their family cottage and is famous for her annual family reunions. Eleanor's loyalty, professionalism, and commitment to the success of the SDG library has not gone unnoticed. We would like to thank Eleanor for her hard work and commitment and look forward to many more years of service.
And now I'd like to call upon Mike St. Ange for IT services.
Thank you. Morning, everybody. So I'm happy to be here today to
recognize two staff. First, for 10 years, Serge Martin. Unfortunately, he's not here today. I gave him the day off. He's on vacation for a couple of weeks. But if I do the math right, he was hired June 2013 as an IT technician. In 2017, some of you may know, the IT department went through a review. And at that time, he really stepped up to the plate and took on a lot more responsibility for our network infrastructure and systems. He really didn't have a choice because at the time he was the only employee in IT. And that's about the time where I started. And his knowledge of our systems really helped me get up to speed really quickly with the job I had ahead of me and what I needed to do. And it quickly became apparent when I visited local municipalities and talked to staff how well respected and regarded he was for his really dedication to IT and to the county. And for that, he was awarded the Customer Service Excellence Award in 2018. Then in 2019, we expanded the department and he was promoted to IT Services Coordinator. He now supervises 3 staff. He led several projects, took a lot of the work off of my plate for these project implementation. 2021, he was the recipient of the Safety Smart Award. So with the staff that we had, he made sure that they were all trained on ladder safety and working at heights. Ironically, 3 months later, he fell off the second step of his ladder while washing the windows at his house and broke his arm. So we couldn't rescind the award, but anyway, he still got the staff trained. So yeah, I look forward to working with Serge every day, and I think everybody knows him and appreciates what he does for us, and looking to several more years. And next, 15 years, Colleen Bissonnette. Come on up, please. So Colleen started at the counties in June 2008 as a youth intern in the GIS technician position. A short 6 months later, she was transitioned to a full-time position with the county. She's been working with GIS up to July 1st, 2023 within the GIS division. When she was working in GIS, she was lead on many different projects. She implemented the SDG Explorer, creating a variety of data collection applications and programs to support asset management and operational activities. Worked on a variety of public-facing maps to assist our communications, transportation, and EgDev teams. In 2017, received the EA Danby Certificate of Merit with AMCTO for tourism projects she worked on. In 2022, received the SDG Safety Smart Award for creating the COVID screening app used by SDG and local staff. I don't think she got COVID after that, so I think she can keep that award. Well respected by coworkers and colleagues, always willing to lend a hand and help with any tasks that need to be done. That she demonstrates pride in the work she does in our organization. Just go back to 2017 when I said Serge was the only staff in IT. Well, she had help, and Colleen was one of those helpers for about a year. Colleen worked IT help desk to help us out. It just shows her commitment and dedication to the county and wanting to do whatever she needs to do to make sure things run well. And her dedication to professional development is shown through the fact that she's currently implementing a project management program at Algonquin College. In July 1st, the reason I'm standing here, I have nothing to do with GIS, she was hired as our business systems coordinator. So Colleen, now after spending 15 years in GIS, is working in the IT department, and I look forward to working with Colleen for the next 15 years. Thank you, Colleen.
So at this point, we'd like to recognize those employees that have been able to choose to go on to retire after a very successful career with the counties. So to begin, I'd like to call up Ben DeHaan to recognize our employees in transportation services.
Okay, so the first staff member we're going to recognize, I haven't seen him here unless he's hiding in the back, is Harry Gores, who was with us for 35 years within transportation. So let's give him a round of applause for that. The fact that there's a complimentary barbecue afterwards shocks me that we don't see Harry here. To be honest with you, I wouldn't be surprised, just given his dedication, because he was certainly a guy that jumped into all sorts of things like the social committee and other things like that. Harry started in the Winchester Springs Patrol, and there's a really interesting story about him and coming in every couple weeks and submitting his application to DJ, who was here before me, to try and get hired. And ultimately, DJ said, "Well, this guy's this dedicated and determined to work for us. He must be a great employee," and it proved itself very, very true. He was a dependable and loyal staff member. He was always ready, willing to get the job done and do any work, including cleaning up leftovers after barbecues. Through the years, Harry demonstrated competence and pride in his work, with well-deserved recognition when he won the Safety Smart Award, thanks to some signage issues that he diligently corrected through a patrol. And like I said, he was part of the social committee. One of the most interesting things about Harry, or one of those things that is so always amazes me, is he has the neatest handwriting of anybody I have ever met in my entire life. You would be, I wish I could just show you how neat and tidy his handwriting is. And his retirement, he had quite a passion for treasure hunting, for antiques and different historical local items. And so I'm trusting his retirement has given him that great opportunity to continue that search for all sorts of unique treasures that are out there, part of the history of SDG in the surrounding area. So congratulations, Harry. And yeah. Our second person to recognize today is Dean McDermott, and I don't see Dean here as well. Dean was with us for 6 years. He retired in November of 2022. He was a casual driver for several seasons before we finally guilted it into coming on full-time in the Winchester Springs Patrol in April of 2017. My understanding is it wasn't an easy decision for Dean and took him a while to get there because he was also a farmer. So it's a testament, I guess, to the kind of hard worker that he was and showed when he was with us. He always got along well with staff. He was a very easygoing staff member and fit in very well with the patrol. He packed it in after 6 years of work, full-time work with SDG, retired to a life of relaxing life on the farm. So he's still back at it from what we understand. So congratulations, Dean, on 6 years. Our next recipient or recognition is for Stephen McMaster, who retired this past April after 19 years of service with the SDG counties. Steve started in December 2003 as a short-term temporary truck driver and then hired on full-time in January 2004. And he was started in Green Valley Patrol and stayed there for his entire career. Stephen was known as an excellent operator. In the latter part of his career, he was our grader operator out of that patrol, and it was a role that suited him very well, and he was very good at it and dedicated to the work. He was an employee that was always willing to provide his perspective and had a practical, common-sense approach to the work that we did. Stephen is an avid outdoorsman. He enjoys hunting and working in his woodlot, which I trust his retirement is giving him a little more time to do. So congratulations, Stephen. I saw this guy here. We've got Dennis Massey. Dennis, come on up. 19 years, and he's retired. As of, wait. We're 2 days early here. He retires on August 30th. So Dennis started with us as a seasonal operator in the Winchester Springs Patrol in 2004. Moved to the Finch Patrol in 2009. Towards the latter part of his year, he moved to St. Andrews, but with his retirement, he won't be able to get that full cycle in. So sorry, Dennis, you won't be able to hit that last patrol. Dennis is an all-around friendly guy. I always enjoyed, he's always a guy that wanted to share a conversation with people, interested in what's going on in your life. The supervisors always spoke highly of his skills as a plow operator. He was very capable behind the wheel of a plow and a trusted member of our team. As you may or may not know, he's an avid cyclist. He puts on how many thousand kilometers a year? 2? Down to 3 now. He's down to 3,000 kilometers a year. Impressive, Dennis, very impressive. So he puts on lots of kilometers during the bike season. In retirement, interesting fact, Dennis is going to be driving a school bus. So he's moving on to a career as a school bus operator for the latter part, and which also means during the worst snowstorms, he can still come and work for us. So that's great. Congratulations, Dennis. Oh, and this is the last one I've got. Last but not least, Charlie Baker. Come on up. We got, Charlie's retiring on the 31st, so we got a couple people packing in. Oh, I better watch my water glass here. Get this out of the way. He had to be there Friday to get that. So Charlie was hired as our building maintenance coordinator in March 2016, and we got to enjoy a surprise retirement party for Charlie last Friday. And I think it was a surprise. There was genuine shock there. Thanks to his skills and abilities, Charlie has been an immeasurable benefit to the building. The role of his position changed, one that was really just a cleaning function to one that has become an all-around handyman. He's overseen many big projects in this building during his time here. We had major interior renovations that we've done, major exterior landscaping renovations, roofing, parking lot replacement, introduction of new technologies, et cetera, et cetera. Charlie himself has taken on many big projects as well, including server room upgrades, staff kitchen improvements, and many painting and repair projects around the building. So again, the testament to how good this building looks is thanks to Charlie and the hard work that he has. I think I speak for all of us here at the building when I say we've always approached both his long-term vision and common sense approach to how he does his work. This building looks so great thanks to him and will be really missed by all of us. So congratulations, Charlie, and best wishes.
Now I would like to call on Rebecca Luck for Library Services.
I would like to call up Joanne Larin. Joanne retired June 1st of this year after 9 years of service. Joanne encompasses the term lifelong learner. She started her career as a teacher in the 1970s, teaching in Chesterville, Morrisburg, Ingleside, Long Sault, Cornwall, and then settling in St. Andrews. Teaching for over 32 years, Joanne has taught multiple generations throughout SDG. She taught special education classes and eventually received her principal certification. Joanne first came to the library as an avid patron and later volunteered at the Ingleside Library for 3 years. During this time, Joanne helped research Ingleside's remembrance stone walls. Thanks to Joanne, the library added 2 books to our local history collection, detailing the lives of the local heroes who gave their lives during the wars. Many close relations have used these books to add to their family genealogy. Joanne's passion for helping people and connecting communities made her transition into the role of library services assistant seamless. She enjoyed discovering and discussing new books, mentoring library staff, and showcasing her enjoyment of the outdoors with mindful programs offered to the public. This spring, Joanne facilitated a bird feeding workshop for families in Long Sault. An Ingleside patron recently recounted, "I met Joanne 5 to 6 years ago. Very easygoing gal. I have found her to be a very kind and caring person, always ready to help, a very positive human being, and one of the best listeners I have ever met. She has a way of brightening the room when she enters, as the sun brightens every morning. Joanne has added and made my life a little bit better." This came from Linda, who I believe is here today. Joanne is a dear friend to all, and we are grateful for her time and dedication to the SDG Library. Thank you, Joanne.
Next, I'd like to call up Karen Franklin. Karen retired at the end of June with 15 years of service with the SDG Library Service. So Karen began with the counties in 2008 as the library service delivery librarian, and then was eventually promoted to the department head in 2012. For those of you that know Karen, Karen has a true passion for our library service and has, I think, taken the library service to a whole new level over her career with the counties of SDNG. Her background, going back a little ways, her career path has been very unique, and she started with a position in the Children's Services in London after graduating with an enhanced library program from McGill University in 1988. Karen has been instrumental, I think, in working on certain projects within the library service. So most recently undertaking a service delivery review for the library service, as well as working on a strategic plan. And I think most notably working closely to have branding for our library service, or a new branding has been launched. Karen has also, I think, led an incredible team through the last few years through the COVID pandemic. So many services were able to be a little bit more remotely focused, but the library service was at the forefront during the pandemic. And Karen, you did an excellent job leading that department. I think I would also like to indicate how much of a valued member of our senior team you are in the counties of SDNG. So I think many of the directors have already started to miss your eclectic personality, your sense of humor, and your jokes. For those that may or may not know, Karen is an avid camper. I think spends quite a bit of time in the outdoors, enjoying her backyard as well. And so we wish her all of the best in her retirement. With that, I'd like to congratulate you and thank you for your many years of service with the counties of SDNG. And I miss working with you already. I forgot to give Karen a... And I would like to call our last individual up, saving the best for last, Tim Simpson. So after 11 years of service, Tim retired on December 31st as the CAO with the counties of SDNG. I had the pleasure to work alongside Tim during the years that I was CAO with the City of Cornwall, and so it was good working with Tim through our shared services portfolios, and I can say firsthand that you have an incredible staff. I think a tribute to Tim should be team that has been in place in the counties and the directors around the table. So, Tim, you've done, as far as I'm concerned, you've got an excellent team, and I'm sure you miss working here. I could also just maybe mention a couple of comments from the CAOs from the Eastern Ontario Wardens Group. I know that when I still meet with them, they will ask me if I've had interactions with Tim. You had a good group there. They thought very highly of you. And I think at the very, very early stages of the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus and the Eastern Ontario Leadership Council, Tim was instrumental in working on that first development of the strategic plan. So with that, on behalf of them, I think I would extend well wishes to you in your retirement. And I would also like to invite Councillor Jamie MacDonald up to say a few words.
Don't worry, Tim. They didn't give me enough time to come up with a true roast of you. So that is your tie. Thank you. Yeah, it is his tie. I think I borrowed it about 4 years ago, but anyways, Tim, just on behalf of the former members of County Council and the former wardens, I just want to thank you for the professionalism you always displayed for us, your dedication to moving the counties forward. It's why we're here today and where we are today. As she pointed out, the great staff that we have at the counties is second to none, and we have you to thank for that. Personally, just as a former warden, I always appreciated your guidance in at the Eastern Ontario's Warden Caucus and throughout my term. Also, on few occasions that you had to babysit me, that was very much appreciated. After talking to Tim today, it looks like he's finished his honeydew list, and apparently Shona goes back to school today, so your real rest and retirement starts today. Congratulations.
So maybe I can just ask everybody to give one more round of applause to our employees with long service awards. That concludes those receiving awards this morning. And we wanted to extend an invitation to everyone now to join us for an employee appreciation barbecue. So that's going to be held in the courtyard, correct? And so that is scheduled to begin noonish, so we should be on time. Perfect. So thank you again, everyone.
I too also want to thank everyone, but there's still more procedure to be followed. The meeting hasn't closed yet, but I do want to extend thanks to all of the staff. As has been said many times, we are where we are because of you, and it's well appreciated. I know we don't express it nearly enough, but deep down inside, you know that we love you all, and to that I appreciate, and I hope you continue serving us as you have. So I'm going to get up here and continue doing what I got to do. Madam Clerk, may we have the ratification bylaw?
It's moved by Councillor Densham, seconded by Councillor MacDonald, that bylaw number 5415, being a bylaw to adopt, confirm, and ratify matters dealt with by resolution, be read and passed in open council, signed and sealed.
All those in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, that's carried. Madam Clerk, the adjournment resolution?
It's moved by Councillor MacDonald, seconded by Councillor Williams, that council adjourn to the call of the chair.
All those in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, that's carried. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for your participation and your patience as we went through this process today. It was a necessary one and a much enjoyed one. And we'll see everyone in the courtyard. Thank you very much.